We are live. What is up, everyone? Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope my internet isn't shitting itself today. Because earlier, I was having problems browsing Twitch or watching Twitch, so hopefully it has resolved itself tonight.
Dash backseats with show your armband.
Yo, Dash, what's up? Welcome on in. Later, I'll show it. Dash, something came in today. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll probably wear that next week. Yep, I did. Yeah, I had to order one. Well, not necessarily had, but I had a window to order one because I also got this from the SME35 community. So this is the tea towel, limited edition tea towel. Since I was forwarding this to my forwarder, I might as well, why not, get some random crap from Amazon and some merch. So yeah. Anyway, I'll have that washed and probably wear that next week. There's no way I'm gonna wear that right away coming from the mail. But anyway. Alright. Yo, thank you for the 10 stream streak, Dash. Very much appreciated. Also, Coburn, this did not play earlier. Hey, Coburn, welcome on in. Alright, Chronicles. Adventure 1.5. Hopefully, this is the last part of this trial. And Coburn, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Yes, that is almost a year. Wait, I think I double saved this. Yep. Alright. A lot of things were revealed from that last trial, so what is this small box? Let's do this. Alright. Here we go. Alright. So wasn't recording. Alright, so this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Music player. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case committed the murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Huh? Discount SMB1. What? It's like just beeps or... That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. Graydon. This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Is it in the court record? Okay, it's not in the court record. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Yes, alright. It does sound though as it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Obviously, it's a clue. It's obviously a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. Does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Is this Morse code? I think this is Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? I feel that this disc is some secret message. It reminds me of the SMB3 Mario Maker 2 night themes. All night themes in Mario Maker are like music box style, so... I think this is Morse code. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Final Fantasy Primal Fight, nice. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Hee making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Curly, Runa.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. I think this is Morse code, like toot 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 toot. It must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Although I don't know Morse code. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one in the music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, and if it brings the Ace Attorney sound editor, oh, that would be a good segue. Then what is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence! Oh my god, wait. Photograph taken. Okay, my thinking, if that's Morse code, which contains article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Oh my god, we're gonna have to decode it. I do not know Morse code. I know it's just dots and dashes, but I don't know like the timings of like how dot dash dot is and how long in between, you know, those symbols are. Okay, wait. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, it's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Yep, short, or long, short. Communication. That's the question, isn't it? Are you looking for a new career, Reno? Oh, Lord Strongheart. Isn't like the inspector, what to call this, not talking about the other case yet, and we'll explain why Drexy running from pillar to post. So, okay. Gregson got the disc because he said it's related to McGilded's. Anything McGilded is evidence. And he's not talking about it because it might be Strongheart's case. Save scum. Okay. I think this is my only lead here, because clearly nothing else has this one unless... This is just the previous case. Does the manuscript have something? I don't think the manuscript has something. Manuscript, autopsy report, obviously not. Crime scene, no. Floor plan, no. The guns, no. The photographs, no. Stereoscope. I think this is it.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. It is Morse code. Juror number 5, your input please. Yes, it's Morse code. Oh, me sir. Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that is correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, where you're not run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? It is Morse code. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Please everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime and under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Gregson. Oh my god, what are you doing here? You gotta let us have a rub it in pork here, governor. We have got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? You were the witnesses earlier. Mr. Judge, my god. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call... Hey, that is Ashley's. The three Skulkin brothers. Not me again. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Okay, why are you now like ratting him out? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry into the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? You just did. We did, Gov, we did. Oh, and they're also facing the other way, wow. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright. Strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windybanks 2 days ago before the Black Order Code. Okay, I just want to examine this. So it now has the disc. I see how the Ford McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windybanks. Couldn't be a more perfect fit, so there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. Just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Obviously, there's a secret compartment, probably. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb within its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Oh, what is this? A button. Gee, I wonder what that does. Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Not until later on in the case. Alright then, here goes. A second music box? Oh wait. Yes, it's a second music box. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Really? Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. It's definitely Morse code. But I feel the second... The question is, do you want to use this disc there or here? Alright. Your communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So this headline, so is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Juror number 5. Juror number 5. We irregular communication staff officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of that? What of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages sent are enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cypher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Wow. Juror is just ratting this person out. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Hold it! Okay, so I think I need to present the music box here and open it. The other side. Open the other side. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combing those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Okay, open it. Okay, the question is, they're probably gonna ask me for the second disc, if there's a second disc. Yeah, if you had two discs.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at there? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Oh, the message is split. So the top side could be the dot, the bottom is dash. Oh.
Dash back seats with. I'm actually a top.
Okay. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, we can't at the moment. Yeah, we don't have a second disc. And Maya remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. But as holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe that a cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add to that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to do. Okay, I think I just need to press these two first.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That is it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me, though. Silly me thought it was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? He's not answering. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Oh, hello.
Excuse me.
What do you have to say? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together, with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in its fancy whistle and flute, and wouldn't Adam and Eve it? But when he was younger, it was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a crockery. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Added to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to the case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A Skulkin's never Skulkin. Milverton. Wait, Milverton. Wasn't that... shoot, I don't have access to the profiles. Wait. Milverton. Was he related to...
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what this was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name, Milverton. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clog like you would have worked that one out. It's... Enough of this. He's Milverton. How much long? He's related to Milverton, the brickmaker. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Okay, Ashley Graydon's profile has been updated in the court record. Whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Alright, he might be related to the brickmaker. Wait. Is he the son of the brickmaker if they said earlier that his wife left him, he took Ashley, and she changed her name? All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Yes, there was. But Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I didn't press this yet, right?
Hold it!
I didn't press this yet. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. Still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, did you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers related. I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Alright. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating. I have no relation to the man. Okay, what can I present here? I don't have access to profiles. I think this is the only thing I can present.
Objection!
Yep, okay. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as you all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I've mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. What? But the father is poor. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. Oh, Ashley might have the second disc. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. That was the bullet. Ah, 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And a final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quicks and crook, I reckon. Okay, so those two knew something all along and yet they didn't talk. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. So he does admit it. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with McGilded? As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. He's not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. So there's a third gun. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
Hold it! Ha 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 ha! You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have had my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Order! Well, it would seem you're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Last act. Then you thought you said something. They said something. Mr. Graydon, I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, perjury, you'll have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Alright, so this guy's gonna testify. Ad break in a few seconds. I'll just take a very short break while ads are running, so I will BRB. So, BRB. Damn, shouldn't like that bridge bring me to the other side? Okay, so hit on off, then go back. Oh, I was in the red state, so now I'm in the blue state. So this is probably gonna break now, right? Oh, it. Yup. CP1. Oh, you have the boom boom. Wait, where's boom boom? There. Nice. Oh. That. Oh, that was so good. Holy crap. When you were expecting like a Shelmet, you suddenly get a boot in the face. Oh. No. I still had that. What? That is so good. Holy shoot. You're there. One shot XOR. Ah. Oh my god. CP1. This is the axe. Wait, did I start on underground or did I start in castle? Nice. Nice. GG's. Alright, and we back. Okay, testimony time. What lies will Mr. Graydon or Mr. Milverton will now spew? Alright, let's do this. The moment of the shooting. Okay, while these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windy Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. No, the gun was with her. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Okay, number 1. Crime scene Gina had the that Gina was holding. So Gina still had the gun, so I can present this to him. However, the second question here is, this was 1 a.m. If you check here, I brought this up last stream. There wasn't a window here. But if you look at this photo, suddenly there's the window. So how did that come about in that amount of time? You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the
Hey Psycho, hope you're doing good today.
Yo, Tilted. Thank you for the 5-month resub. I really do appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and the meme motes. How am I doing? I am doing well, thank you. Hope you are doing good as well. What the hell?
Tilted_skirm just gifted 10 subs.
What the hell? Tilted. Okay, what the hell? Thank you for the gift subs. 10 gift subs. What the hell? To Morsi, Jacko, Unknown Enemy, Kivi, Scruff, Crazy Eddie, Lethal Ford, Boss Lady, and Bleefco, and Josmel. What the hell? Thank you. Let's get you closer to those 40. Oh my god, thank you. I appreciate it, but really, you didn't have to, but okay. Alright, wow. I'm just shocked. Thank you for those subs. Wow, a couple of good hits. But again, thank you. Wow, really do appreciate it. Holy crap. Alright, yeah, you did ask. Currently I'm at 17. So before the 10 bomb, I was at 6. Then you resub, so that was 7. So for the record, that's it. But you really don't have to, but thank you. Alright. Okay, let's get back to the case. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot at the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. She didn't have blood by her though. You say the blood splattered over the accused coat, are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis for evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny, I'm going to shoot. Yeah, we saw Mason's blood there. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood in the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a real compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Just a pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you're near the entrance to the shop? Yo, Tashemi, what's up? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The worker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Why?
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Alright. Okay, he was saying that Gina had the gun, then threw it back out, which is false because the gun was with Gina inside the room. And second, if Winniebank did shoot him, that would have been the only round in his gun, and that was already fired. So even if Gina shot the gun, there wouldn't be any rounds in it. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winniebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he'd even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, I tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. Alright, that peephole comment is very questionable. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this people in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. But, why? Okay, the question is, why? Okay, the question is, alright. Compare these two photos. This is 1 o'clock. This doesn't have the peephole. 1:30, it suddenly has the peephole. Even Van Zeeks knows that this guy is spouting BS. I know, right? And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes. Though not... Okay, my question there is that how would the people have been open? Or would the guy be looking through it? That's also the question. The question is, why was it there? The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. Okay, what was the time of death again? Autopsy report. Time of death between 1 to 1:30. Alright, so within the death, somehow that door magically appeared. That window magically appeared. And then what did you see next? The accused in black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Winniebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winniebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Where is that gun? No other gun was found at the scene. Ha ha ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment, bang. The little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. So you have the gun.
Hold it!
If you have the gun, present it. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I supposed I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So if you have the gun, present it as evidence. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. He thinks our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're likable at a gate, aren't you? Okay, wait. Why are you suddenly now reacting?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What is going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Did you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to loosen my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Sus. Oh my god, Gregson was the killer. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results for the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Okay, it's now only those two. Where are the two brothers? See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? Yeah, they didn't test the blood. Whose blood? The question. They just found traces of blood. They didn't have any additional blood tests. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Just wait 100 years later. Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem, Pap-Out. It can't be done. Yes it can, in modern standards. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirozky to starving boy and he ran away crying. Australia lives in your hand, beer went everywhere. Is Australia a beer brand, anime? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It wasn't the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Oh my god, or is the jury gonna say their verdict? Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Am I gonna do a final summation examination? Wait, my cross-examination isn't finished yet. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. What? I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such lowest self-esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, why is he suddenly talking to me? Who are you? That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Oh, is he Sholmes? Am I going mad? Ah! It's Sholmes. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes. What is the meaning of this? Order! He can like be held for contempt by what he just did. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in a hospital. As well as it would be, had I not been upset upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Oh, they're both... Wow, that's a very quick wardrobe change. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Just hurry up and tell me what you need to tell me, no more dilly-dallying. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? Why didn't she just give it to me? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah! Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Was this created to... Was this the one used to create that window? What's Susie up to now? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm so sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves? Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Okay, so she was the one who made the window. Oh my god. Tampering with the crime scene. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night. But why? That was the thing that was used to create the window. So Susato used that, which means... that the window wasn't present during the crime, at the time of the crime. So Ashley is probably lying about the window. Your 5 minutes is over. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, trial will end badly. Okay, save scum. My lord, the defense requests... So I was right that the cross-examination wasn't still completed. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. To interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. What?
Coburn 64 backseats with. Get off your high horse, Van Zeeks.
So I should have chosen summation, examination. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Alright, I haven't examined Mr. Flapomat here. This was the third gun. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even of the toughest doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Even metal ones. I don't think there were there metal doors during that time, I don't know. Wow, it even has a level, nice. Okay. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Ah. Thud. Mr. Sholmes! The sandstone insouciantly. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting again. Oh, completely new, different, completely. Okay, they said I can't press the witness, right? Fine. Okay. Okay, I say if they're for shits and giggles, let's press.
Objection!
Okay, objection. No, my learned friend. I take issue with you. His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. The prosecution demands stern punishment. Ho ho ho. He threw that mischief in your face, Runo. He threw those just desserts in my face twice. Alright, I can only present one single piece of evidence. Okay. Okay, what I'm thinking here... Okay, why did that door cutter suddenly come into... Why did that door cutter suddenly go into the court record?
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Ooh, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut thoroughly any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cut lever's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see... through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled will explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plating can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Oh my god, did she cut something through the courtroom door? Meow. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. We can. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windy Banks are an exact match. Hehe. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amounts nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present Evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windy Bank Storm was created after the event and not before. Okay, clearly this is it.
Take that!
A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any case to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. This is a Deus Ex Machina scenario. And the necessary proof is in this photographic print, Council. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding the gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Breakdown. Okay, he was at the center of the stand and suddenly he said the right. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! Don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter what, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, it's the bloodstains. Okay, before we answer this, ads are gonna run again. So, I want everyone to be here, so I will take another quick short break. I will run the ads, and I will BRB. So, yeah. I hope you could all stay during this ad break. I really do appreciate it. So, yeah, BRB, and I'll run ads. Ha! Get wrecked, Sarah. Fuck! Ah. So this is the safe spot, right? No, 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 no. Sure. Okay. Now, please do not screw this up. Told you not to screw that up. I am sorry I destroyed the comedic timing of that hint. So I will pretend, I will do my best acting job to find, to try to like go to that hint for the first time. Alright. Okay, haha, we found out that there's a fish here. Get wrecked, fish. I'm surprised there isn't a second fish. Okay, I fell to that trap the last time. I will not fall for it again. What is this? Mushroom. Where do you get a mushroom? Gasp! Go back! Oh no. That was bad acting. I am so sorry. You know what? I can like just get in there right away. Why am I still waiting for that to like blow up? Yeah, it's here. Haha! If you kill that second Goomba. Okay, ice, concrete, cloud, question, ice. Do not Greg! I Gregged. That was embarrassing. YOLO or not the YOLO? YOLO! That's good. You know what? What if this is the answer? It's not. There's a door there. I think there's a door there. There's a door here. This setup looks so familiar again. You know what? Okay, fine. Pretend that I did not recognize the door. Let's go through the level. Where was the other plank? Alright, and we back. Okay. Back to this case. So, Graydon knows something, but what? So, the options here are the third gun, the peephole, and the bloodstains on the coat. So, okay, obviously this is gonna be a penalty. So here's my thoughts. Number one, the third gun. Obviously the gun was possibly his. Allegedly he had it and picked it up, so he should have it as evidence and it could be presented anytime during this case. Number two, the peephole. This is more plausible compared to the gun. Simply because, how does he know about the peephole if allegedly that peephole didn't exist when the bank was killed? The other thing is the bloodstains on the coat. If there were bloodstains, okay, here's the thing. If there were bloodstains on the coat, there should have also been bloodstains on Wendy Banks's thing, right? On his body, but there weren't. This was fired close range. This was fired close range. I'm gonna have to say bloodstains. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? Okay, so either way, that would probably either, if you choose either the people or the bloodstains, it will go through this dialogue. What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Okay, so it's either the door or the bloodstain. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, Gregson leaked about the peephole. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh my god. I feel like it's Gregson. He was like, okay, can I leave now? I have nothing to add.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You are suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away the details of our investigations to this fella, eh? Yeah, in the previous testimony, like they were whispering. When Gina was testifying, they were in the side, they were whispering to each other. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that inspired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Yup. Oh yes, now that you've mentioned it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange all the time, at that time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. It was the second disc. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Malfeasance. I don't know how to pronounce that. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to such baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Okay, what do I have at this point? I think it's just the music box or the disc that I have. If Gregson really did strike a deal with Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It's the music box.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas. Sorry. Leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding nor could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Oh god, this is just the first time I heard. No, this is the Pursuit music. Alright, I heard this before. You little. Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leased from the ministry, and to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Nah! Why are the two brothers still standing there? If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you would be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Enjoying the show front row seats. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Order in the court, the judge is eating fish. No, the witness is eating fish. What's up, Annual? Welcome on in. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Save scum. Okay. If it's okay. He agreed to the search, which means he doesn't have it. Search someone else. They'll ask for a profile. I'll probably have grade unsearched. Withdraw the request, then I don't know what will happen if I withdraw the request. Alright, what do we have in court record? Okay, the question here is... Okay, this disc is only one-sided, right? So which means... My thought here is, this is also the second disc. What did the inspector do through the cross-examination? I actually can't remember, damn it. Oh wait. Wait. He was talking to Green Brother. The disc is with Green Brother. Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Objection. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord. If I am not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? This is the only thing, because like earlier when we were doing the cross-examination, he was like shaking this guy. It could have transferred during that time. Transferred.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Hold it. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Oh, he's... Now old and mo, I don't know nothing about no disc. He's sweating. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's... another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Flamin Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Jury right now be like, what the fuck is happening? I know, right? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Miss Nash Sulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, it did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd be born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me Wilson like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my... Oh, did? Me Ed's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I am afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at the liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leased from the ministry, and to do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at the liberty to answer that question. So, slap it in the music box player. Oh. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Which means I'm gonna do a summation examination if everyone does guilty. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Raiden is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Don't believe it. These jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Oh god. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call in the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So if there's no choice then, Bruno, you have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now, it all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Save scum. Alright. Okay, what evidence do I have here? The only evidence I think I have is the music box. Present it so that they play the second disc. See who will react. Gregson will probably react. I'm tempted to say leave it to the jury just to see what's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna get penalized, but whatevs. I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands at this stage. No, Runo! Look at how far we... Okay, this is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it to the weakest witness. Hard. Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decisions. Of course. This will be the final blow. I need to decide where to place it for myself. Your answer then, please. Okay. So... either some proof that Graydon killed Windybank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with a witness. Okay, my only thing is... I think it's Gregson. Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Shit, I'm wrong. It's my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly stuck with Graydon.
Take that!
The music box. Okay, I think I'm correct. Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc counts. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well... because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why...
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh, he's just enjoying the show. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Van Zieks is so tsundere. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I'll admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Wow, he admitted it. Let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about the trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still reveal those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Traitor! What the hell? Is he gonna kill this guy by strangling him? Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. How fishy. I think he choked on a fish and Ashley performed the Heimlich maneuver by strangling him. Oh, he's admitting everything now. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. Oh, that's interesting. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. He has a loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, in receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Wow. That's a very small down payment. I would have asked for 50-50. So, what had happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to depart with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh my god, why did you have to be involved? That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Ouch. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was.
Dash backseats with ...
Yes, ... indeed. So after 10 years of not uttering it, not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. Yo, Crack the Whip, what's up? McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister's background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. So he also killed McGilded. Was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir. If you'll follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all matter of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see? A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. No worries, Coburn. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 Guinness for ye, young man. What's this? Wendy Bank's pawnbroker? It is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Jesus Christ, they talk too much in this game. It's a visual novel, so obviously there's gonna be dialogue. I've put the jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 Guinness if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I've played the others and this is way too much. Yeah, there's more dialogue here than the usual Ace Attorney games. How are you doing, Fries? Welcome on in. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that's when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had the description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd pick up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I had located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very, very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced her limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Oh. That was a sad post breakdown. Quiet. It's very quiet. All right. Ads will start in 3 minutes and now actually. So I'll take another quick break. Then hopefully this will be completed and this game's gonna end. So BRB.
Oh, and we have the lack party now.
That was fake. Oh my god, that is so good. This is a something. This is definitely a something.
Dash backseats with. While you're watching this enthralling display of excellence, why not subscribe to youtube.com/@psycho103 for more of this exciting content on demand. It's 5-star entertainment guaranteed, and a hell of a good time, with videos edited by yours truly, Dash Gamar. One of the best decisions you will make today, so go on, subscribe today. That's youtube.com/@psycho103. Make sure to like, comment and subscribe.
Thank you for the backseat, Dad. Welcome, it's the Japanese flag. Woo! I found a soft lock, Yuto. There's a soft lock. I found a soft lock. Sorry, Shade, I found a soft lock. Better at. Let's do the level. Okay, red pipe first. Well, there we go. And we have the balloon room. Woo! My god, this is the balloon room. Woo! Yep. Damn it. Okay, we found the balloon room now. Couldn't finish the level. Alright, and we back. Okay, hopefully this trial ends soon because I've been in for 3 hours already. Alright, let's continue. Earlier, you called McGilded the monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Oh. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Is that the sounds of gunshots I hear out in the yard? Whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard? Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrideb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
The surgeon still uses his head. Hahaha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Hey! I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's ghost in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. That's the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so If I may say something on that point, isn't that it's about the sounds produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? Actually, you know what? What if the discs should have been swapped? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times did I have to tell you? Those discs contains ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling exercise to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business in Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Ooh, and fireworks. That's why you had the fire in your courtroom. Wow, nice. That is all. Court is adjourned. Finally, this case is over. Oh, why are you two staying in court? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime through the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Oh, who is this? You mentioned something similar earlier today. about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Okay, that's probably for the second game. You know these cliffhangers. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Time to switch the disc. I know, right? Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber, 5:24 p.m. It's done at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew.
Dash backseats with. Man, these Kojima games don't know when to end.
I know. Yes, you can come, Gooch. I need to screenshot that for Gooch. Anyway, I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Okay. In before, this is a very long epilogue. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. And before she is a romantic interest with Rio. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Okay, now here's all the campy dialogue, as per Ace Attorney game. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in Eugenia has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh my god. But what the juice does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. Is it too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ahahaha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Use your sword and kill them all, they talk too much. I know, right? If I can only do that. And then he's gonna be in his usual... Let's see, yep. Wardrobe change. I'd assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. But then time paradox. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Okay, the entire court record's still here, so... Alright. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. Is this a relative of Phoenix? Yup. Allegedly, it's an ancestor of Phoenix, right? So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. He knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? This is Iris. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, she put him in his place, finally. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Foreshadowing, probably. You know this game, you know this series. Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the Judge Patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Break in and enter in, take in the bog trotter stuff, what was in log, blah blah blah. Yes, I think they'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it just got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Heh. Why the heh? What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The present carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come to you with the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm going off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Wow. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... You could say thank you. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase heard though missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this... Objection! I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh, damn it. I thought you were gonna say objection and this is gonna go to credits. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Ah, she's finally smiling. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the innomitable pickpurse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought the paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. That was fast for... Like, the paper is there right away. Oh my god. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Oh, right. But they could have at least subpoenaed Susata, right? But there won't be a train surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. Yep, I was right. This was a very long epilogue. 18th April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. No, Quayside, damn it. Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? What are you doing there at the dock? Damn it.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take that cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I have questions. How did that not hurt you? I see. And then... Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Her sleeve is like a black hole, I know, right? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Maybe not a black hole since he wouldn't be able to retrieve stuff. I know. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus MacGilden. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Dash backseats with. Oh my god game. Let the man go to bed already.
I know, this is such a long epilogue. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. She really does think of everything. But then, why did you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't exist, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Will your boat leave now, please? Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds in the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have a hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So. G. Asogi. Asogi. Oh my god, wait. Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something? Kazuma. Sogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying, oh my god, please let this thing end now? That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Osato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So this British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Oh my god, that's Kazuma Asogi. Why? The second is A Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gregson. Gregson? Tobias Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Osato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Your father? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention the strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Come on, game, pop some art of Susato and Ryun hugging Fade to Black, exit and let... It would appear that this particular... So I don't know. Maybe that's the actual message itself. It's a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh well... No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder, If perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk! Okay, get in your ship, Susato. Oh dear, the ship's going to set. Wait! What is up, Tweed? Welcome on in. The game is about to end, but it looks like this epilogue will run for some long time. But anyway, welcome on in. Let me just give you a quick shout out, and I hope that my bot will like work this time. And yes, whoo, finally, the bot gave the automatic shout out. Yes, thank you. I guess we got to do another hour. Oh my god. This epilogue will go on for another hour. But anyway, Tweed and Raiders, welcome on in. So who do we have here? Lady Fox, Sauce, Tweed, Unknown Person, welcome on in. Unknown Cyan rather. Marmalade, Topaz, welcome on in. Rick, what's up? Anyway, everyone from Tweed's raid, welcome on in. If you don't know me, I'm Psycho. I'm from the Philippines. I am allegedly a variety streamer now, but originally I do Mario Maker 2 Troll Levels and SMW ROM hacks. But for tonight, we are finishing up the Great Ace Attorney adventures. So, yep. Let's see how this will end. Yes, it seems so. But anyway, Tweed, again, thanks for the raid. So, I'll sail in that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Wow, someone who actually got your name right. Welcome on in, Cyan. Psycho is also an aspiring attorney. I am. I actually planned to go to law school after uni, but I didn't. You're really going there, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww, don't cry. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. We'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. 2 hours and no progress in character development. I know. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. Okay, she's gonna throw me into the ocean now. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Hi, Aniv. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. These be credits. Okay, we have a cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
First volume.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Phoenix
Of
Wright
course there
reference.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all,
Yes, you are, Dash.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Na bomb the ship. Don't worry, it's gonna like hit an iceberg. Credits. There's more. Oh my god. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Shrooms. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. Where's the Titanic flute where you need it? But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Okay, he still has the same fate as Phoenix, that at the end of each game, he's gonna be blamed for everything. Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Can I object, Mr. Sholmes? Yes. A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like, bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Objection! Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Credits. Finally. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, let's just go through the credits. But while this is running, in the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Alright, after 10-year epilogue, I know. Is that why everybody? Yes. Jesus Christ. Alright, what time did we finish the case? I think we finished it around 3:10. 3:10 on stream time. And it's now 3:53 stream time. Wow. Well, Cooks is the next installment. Can we see the title of the next? We have to start the next game if that's the case. So, yep. Alright, I need to be paying attention to these, oh, we have Aochiao again. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, rarely do rare Kuban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, son knows his father's an innocent man, or you're calling my son a liar. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. It's that bastard. Yeah, Mr. First Case Lawyer. Yeah. Having delivered the Russian silencer to a shore in Shanghai, I laid low. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I have done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's officer refuge. Man, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. Alright, everyone, thank you very much for joining in. Tweed, thank you for the raid, although I am sorry that I have to leave after the credits roll, but again, thank you very much. So, yeah. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I hope it's 2 minutes and 37 seconds before this credits finally end. Alright, let's find someone to raid while he's on. I think we can go there, but let me just double check. Latest Rants magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a stand ovation. Not bad, I suppose. Wiley just started, right? Yeah, I guess we can go Wiley. Glug glug. You mean Canadian Barb? C. Yes, Tweed. Tweed, you should actually play this because this is set in Britain. You'll probably do the voices better than I. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peck. Wow. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. How a yo-yo feels. Yeah, Tweed, you need to play Ace Attorney. You can finally get to like play as Shom. You can finally get to voice Shomes. Alright, anyway, again, Tweed, again, thank you for the raid. Tilted Skirm, thank you for the resub and the 10 gift subs. Holy crap, thank you for that. Yeah. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Alright, let's just wait for this to like finish. Then, yeah, we see if there's another post-credit scene. Oh yeah, while everyone's here again, like to promote my socials, yep, the Twitter and the YouTube page. For the YouTube page, yep, we do have videos being uploaded daily. Some of them are shorts. Some of there are videos edited by Dash. So yeah, those are my Mario Maker playthroughs. You really need to go see them. Greatly edited by Dash himself. Alright, she's all been going on, you know, about absent. Alright. Okay, ads will start in 5 minutes, so hopefully this would end by that time. So... Oh, Graydon's in... Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The three Muskewotsits milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh, that's why his animation is set like that for this ending. Alright, I'll just give this a quick snooze. Oh yeah, somebody snoozed, thank you. Alright. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. This credit scene is actually good. Oh, what's this? We're zooming in somewhere. Ah. Ah. Kojima made this, yep, apparently. Wait, wasn't Kojima in the credits? I don't know. Post-credit scene. Dot 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 dot. Alright, what's this? Ah, okay. Voice actors. Alright. Herlock Shongs, Bradley Clarkson, Susato Mikotoba, Iris Wilson, Back Van Zeeks, Kazuma Sogi, narrator Ouchi. We have Ouchi, we have Asunaga, we have Korokuta and Aidonosa. We have Giselle Brett. Omnibus Japan Incorporated, really? We have the Mikotobas. What a spooner. These are the English credits, I assume. Oh, we have Russian comrades here. And we have Sailor Hosonaga. So, oh wait, where's like Pavlova? Pavlova's missing. Oh, alright. He stopped there because he died in the ship. Okay, there's Pavlova. So I think we're walking through the characters we've met in case order. Yeah, timeline. Okay, are you gonna stop? What? Yeah, this is the timeline. Now he has the sword and now he has the armband. Then Susato's walking with him. Alright. Alright, then we met Strongheart. Then we have Fair Play, The Witnesses, Beppo, McGilded. Yep, thanks, Coburn. This isn't probably run for another 5 minutes. Oh my god. But yeah, I think it's worth seeing this. Alright, come to think of it, now that this is animated, I think you now get to see like the relative heights of people. If they're modeled properly. We have Gregson, we have Patton Rowley, we have the Gary Debs, we have Soseki, we have the cat, and then we meet Iris. Wait, we didn't... Where's Van Zeeks? He wasn't in the timeline earlier. Oh, there he is. Oh wow, he's tall. Although it might be due to his boots. Then we have the Skulken, we have Graydon, then Gina. He's gonna fire that. Capcom. The end. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Finn. Finally. Is there a post-credit scene? There's most likely a post-credit scene. Fleeting farewell. That it? Oh my god, I thought there was more. Anyway, alright. Finally, game 1 is over. It was at the dock. I was like, I was thinking, wait, was there a scene at the dock? That's. Anyway, finally, Ace Attorney Chronicles is done. I mean, Ace Attorney Adventures, which is game 1 of Chronicles, is done. So, we're gonna start Resolve next time. So, yeah. Anyway, extra case unlocked. Rise from the ashes. Anyway, everyone, thank you very much for joining in. So yeah, as like what I said, tomorrow I will be off. On Saturday, our usual Mario Maker trolls. However, on Monday, we won't be doing Resolve. We will be doing Spirit of Justice from the Apollo Justice trilogy. Since I have played the first 5 games, which is like the first 3 Ace Attorneys, Apollo Justice, and Dual Destinies. So finally, I get to play Spirit of Justice in high definition. Alright, so yeah. Yeah, we'll do that, and I may insert an SMW stream next week. I don't know, it depends. Depends on what I feel or how I feel. Alright, now let us find someone to raid. Yep, like what was suggested. Let's let's raid Wily. Yep. Let us raid Wily Bombi. Alright, let's raid Wily. Again, everyone, thank you very much. It is getting late. I have to get to bed soon. Everyone, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, rest of your night, and I will see you all next time. Bye. Now you can sleep. Yes, you can. And now I can as well. Bye.